How's it going? Happy day. I'm just cutting up this model, like, trying to keep myself ahead of schedule. Uh, the base um, definitely has rings. Felt pretty apt. Or you can have just a version with coins. Either way, you get a Chaos Emerald on the top. Yeah, I think the whole concept came from just having a silly conversation of Team Sonic as a bloodborne like nightmare monster. And this is where we landed. Yeah, I even gave him the like shadow tuft on his chest. Yeah, I didn't feel like putting sneakers or running shoes on this model was really gonna go with the fantasy like horror feeling. I have played Path of Exile 2. I got to the second act before giving up. I'm a little torn on how I feel about the count. Um, because I think my opinion of the character is ruined by the gameplay, which feels a little petty, but I'm gonna embrace that. Uh, it was the longest boss fight to just get one shot in like the last phase, and then having to start it from the very beginning again. Um, Not that I expect the game to be easy or like I don't expect bosses to be able to be like finished necessarily the first time. I played I've played most Soulsborne um, titles. Um, I think it was the first time I faced him. Also, I hope you had good holidays too, Fido. Um, it, was- it was it wasn't as bad as I thought this year. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So like the first time facing the Count, I don't want to spoil too much, but like he talks a lot. Oh, I was playing a Merc as well. Um, I I don't I don't like the gameplay of the Merc. The more I played it, the more I was like, I think there's something fundamentally wrong with this. Um, I don't know if you've been around while I've discussed video games, but I can be very particular. And this is an instance of me being very particular. um, I also understand that the game is early access and they can change things up. The game's not, perfectly balanced yet. It may never be. I also know that the community is pretty, like, very Soulsborne. Um, they've got that toxicity about them where they're just like, oh, if you find the game too hard, the game's not for you. Just quit. Like, yeah, I I love Soulsborne games and what they used to be. But I kind of hate that it's kind of infected gaming in general. Okay, I was looking at the deals on PlayStation, and I saw that Astrobot was like, is it like $60 or $70? I was like, that is wild for like a game that literally is like a advertisement for all their other titles. I understand it's like a kind of fun classic, like, um style game, but like at the core of it, it's advertising. It's like that kind of, oh hey, look at it, look at the PlayStation family sort of thing. I thought it did. I thought like when you found one of the characters, there's like an info panel, like, because I swear Vadi Vidya had something of, or was it Zuli the Witch? They had like a video showing like, oh, we learned new lore about like Lady Maria from Bloodborne through Astrobot. So okay. Yeah, I find a lot of the stats in Path of Exile 2 where I'm like, I really don't know what is going on. Um you can all you can also blame it literally on like, I don't feel like I have the time to necessarily deep dive it anymore. But I don't know. I was playing the Merc. I got to the second act. I got to the first boss of the second act, and the boss just one shot me, and I was like, I'm not enjoying myself because I went and farmed to just kind of like, I used a bunch of my resources to like soup up one of my crossbows for my Merc, and it got me past the count. But then the next boss I had to face, I just got rocked in one shot. And I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm enjoying this gameplay loop of, oh hey, I beat the boss. Cool. Let's go to the next thing. Oh, I'm getting just fucking wrecked. I guess I gotta go farm again. Um and I'm not sure if you'd agree with me, Darren X. Like, the rewards in Path of Exile 2 are like really bad. Like that is something they have to workshop. Um, because I remember beating the count and getting like 2 shields, and I was like, oh, great. I didn't even go over. So like, my big problem with the count as well, like besides getting one shot, is he never shuts up. The first time I played, like versed that boss, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I'm getting a lot of like evil bad guy monologue going on, stuff like that. I'm usually a story first person, so cool bad guy, uh, spilling some deep lore as I'm fighting the boss. I'm not going to complain. When I have to redo it and I have to listen to him say the same thing over and over again, the charm wears off very, very quickly. Yeah, he definitely has some call outs for his attacks. I agree. And I was trying to think like I don't think the count in Path of Exile, like if I don't think I got the same feeling. How do I put it? Like it's not. There's some bosses in like Soulsborne titles that are so difficult that I'm at the edge of my seat, like a angry dad screaming at the football game. I'm specifically going to call out the Elden Beast. Um, Midier. um, but there's a point at which having me at the edge of my seat is a good thing, but like the Elden Beast at that point, I was when I had defeated the boss or Radon. Um, I felt relieved that I would potentially never pick the game up again, which I don't think that's the feeling I'm supposed to get. Did you know they added You can bring Torrent into the Elden Beast now, I think. Does he have the exact same dialogue? Voxel, is it actually fun? Or is this like a intervention? It's too good. Well, I mean, like, Elden Ring's, or not Elden Ring, Overwatch had been kind of dead for a bit. You know, ever since they took away everyone's Overwatch 1 copies. I I mean, yeah, I've already seen Gaz make a Squirrel Girl pit up, so kind of not surprised that that community would also be switching over to Marvel Rivals. I assume the developers have not asked for the community not to create that sort of content. Uh, totally, Fido. That has to be a pretty decent measurement. If that community has abandoned them, they they are lost. I think that has been debunked. The detail isn't quite as high as stated, but it's still higher than it should be. Voxel, it feels like a conflicting messages here of not horny enough, and then your last message. Oh, okay, yeah. Makes it sound like some dark arts. Oh no. Wasn't Gaz talking about the game on stream, and it's a little dicey to talk about certain characters? Uh, I'm on like episode 24 of Evangelion. Holy, it is a tough watch. I I, I think I'm gonna have some inspiration from Evangelion by the time I'm done it. Um, but I can't stand Shinji. Every time they promise that they'll never pilot a Eva again, I'm like, please. And I get it's part of the story. I'm assuming the Penny Parker skin is going to be Asuka. Okay, yeah. Red's just coming in here dropping a bomb. I went into the series knowing that there was a dip in the middle. I didn't realize how much of a dip it was. Like there is some cool stuff going on in the anime. I'm curious where it all goes. Uh, Red, don't say that. I only got like 2 more episodes. I can't dip anymore. Unless it goes for a full nosedive. Yeah, honest, that's a pretty low bar. Uh, whatever one is on Netflix. Okay. I I, I plan to watch the movie, right? I got recommended the whole series, and I had been meaning to watch it. So like, finally watching it, I swear it was like from like episode 10 to 20, or, or like 8 to like 22. There was like the ending of one episode that was like perked me up, where I'm like, oh, that's interesting, that's cool, and then it was just like turned back into a slog. I'm like, this is rough. I'm it depends how they stick the landing. I might agree with you at the like. I'll have to chat about it once I'm done, but there is a chance I might feel the same way. That's not a good sign. Oh, really? When you need the Wikipedia to get through the anime. Well, that seems a little odd. Oh, I was I was kind of hoping there would be a little info. Absolute terror field. Oh no. You know what? Maybe let's discuss Evangelion another another stream once once we're done, um, once we're finished it, because reading that, I'm already like, it's like painting a bias of how I feel about it. Yeah, I heard about, like, is that why the movie exists? So if I enjoy the ending, I shouldn't watch the movie. Live in ignorance. So if you have those, you clearly enjoyed it, right? That that is not selling it. Great. Great. Okay, that worked. Cool. Fido, I don't know why, but I feel like there's a lot to unpack with how you asked that. Evangelimon? Lemon? Oh no, Shinji is the worst. You know what? If we make a like reference to Pokemon, there would be a trainer with. It'd be like the bug catcher Pokemon where they just have like 6 Caterpies. It'd be like 6 Shinjis all crying with their like head between their knees. Or I guess it'd be like like fisherman Pokemon, but it's just Magikarps that splash. It would just be Shinji whining. Pokemon trainers going like, Shinji, do something. And it's just, no, I'll never do something ever again. Shinji uses weep. Shinji uses weep. Nobody cares. Oh, sorry for the delayed response on YouTube. Um, this is this model is near the end of its what's called development, so everything's named proper. Uh, somewhat. If we look at the Boolean like stuff, it's not really. But this is all going to get exported for 3D printing, so I want people to know what they're looking at. All right, March is completely uploaded. So is February. That's some screamo going on. Uh, where I'm succeeding in some areas, I'm falling behind in others. So I want to at least make sure I have releases done up until I go to the UK. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted it to make. I wanted it to look like it's made of clay. Um, I am fully prepared that this release is going to bomb. Like, I'm not going to be surprised. All all praise the Clash. So the main model for this release was very unpopular with my failed backer kit. Um, no, February is a different set of models. This is for April. But yeah, the sculptor is getting really unpopular as far as how the backer kit went. It's also a very niche set of models. I don't know why anyone's gonna need a bunch of weird clay golems, but like we're gonna try. Red, you don't need to rub it in. My ego's only so fragile. Thank you for the follow. Um, I think the sculptor literally sold zero, physical, and it may have had like one add-on. It's amazing. I have voided that interaction. Um, I think it stressed me out so much that I forgot about it. And then someone brings it up. I'm like, oh yeah, that happened. So the April release is gonna have this thing. Um, and this creature, which has just been dubbed Hand Cat, the malformed beast. And then there is a bunch of models called Living Failures, a little reference to Bloodborne. Which you get 8 different kind of clay people. Some of them a little bit more messed up than the others. In the comment verse, cat pets you. Not comforting in the slightest. Yeah, I thought the clay people would be a bit more useful. Like this guy's he's on the same base size as like a giant. Like this is a big creature, the deviation of form. Um will someone use this? Maybe. I don't know. At this point, I'm realizing that most people buy STL files and just don't print them. So um, that's a whole thing. To be fair, anything that I've sculpted that is zombie like is zombies with extra steps. Uh, Trust me, I get it. Um, as someone who is printing my own work for production, it, it takes a lot. Also, I should follow up Red with the idea of if I just ran with all the other like the same models, same campaign, um, from Backer Kit, I would be stuck printing Star Eaters and Moore's Ultimas, and I'd be afraid of how many of those I would have to print. Not that my campaign was exactly successful on the physical side, like miniatures, but it's still a lot of stuff to print. I was banking on being more successful at selling digital files than physical miniatures. Because it was a very last minute decision to take over production myself. You joke, Fido. I definitely tried making one of the clay people with extra legs. Didn't quite read well. I found with ABS resin, the more we tried printing with it, the harder it was getting to. Like everything would have to be redone, and all I was getting was like less detail than standard, but it wasn't like all that much stronger. It's really good for those like thin little itty bit like pieces, but when we're talking like false hydras, the ABS wasn't really going to be like a game changer in like how durable the miniature is. I'm also talking um Elegoo ABS, which could be very different. 3 liter bottle. I'm just like, that'll get me like 3 of my miniatures, and Red's gonna be like in full agreement. Yeah, I bought a lot of ABS like resin. Um, I'm probably going to use most of it for my smaller miniatures, if it makes sense. Because um, at the convention, I need to also stock like actual small miniatures, just so people can spend money that's not like $100 miniature. Oh, sorry, everyone on YouTube. Um, I am not used to multi-streaming yet. So is this for company or game? This is for my own business, Common Lord Miniatures. Uh, there's a link in the video description to like my web shops, for like 3D printable files. But yeah, I mostly design minis for my business, um, and they're made to be used in tabletop games. So I'm not sure if I would call. Yeah, I guess they are texture brushes. I used like a clay brush pack for a lot of this. Um, there's a few ones that gave this kind of chunky clay look to it. It's been since it's been decimated since, so a lot of the detail is very pixelated. But when you're looking at a miniature like this, you're not really gonna tell. Yamas has found me on YouTube. Major advice I'd give to research more slash look into for modeling specifically to 3D print. That is always a weird question because I'm primarily like I feel like a lot of this stuff is like self-taught and just it's kind of like when people ask like, "Oh, my video game model, what should the poly count be?" And the usual answer is like depends. um 3D printing, um yeah, I think like that's a really good question. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I feel like I should. There's probably a gap in the like YouTube learning content of I feel like one could make videos on like how to model for 3D printing. Especially Akuzuru and I have been looking at some very popular files, and they're not naming names. They're not good. Like best practices for 3D printing are it's not well known. Um, because like the bare basics of like making a model that is 3D printable is making sure it's airtight, so it's like a single shell, a single mesh with no holes, and there's a certain extent of you need to figure out. And this is all. I think it all is. It's that depends sort of scale of things of like, well, how large is the model? How chunky do things need to be? Um, do you plan to split it into multiple parts? Stuff like that. There's so many questions. And like, for example, I don't really need to split off this arm. Here. I call it an arm, but it's like 3 arms. But like, I don't actually need to split that off. But when I think about 3D printing this model, you're adding so many supports to this section. I'm using my hand on my screen as if you can see it. Let's there we go. But yeah, like this section, we can cut out a lot of work here, a lot of support work by removing it. It might make it easier to paint. I'm not sure for this model specifically. One of your first 3D models had an antenna width of a hair. Yep, that's. I actually my Facebook account just reminded me today of like, oh, here's some like memories from 8 years ago as my first 3D printed models, which kind of wild looking back at that. Fido, it's funny you mentioned that. That is may or may not have been the models we were looking at. Lots of resin traps. Um, but like, um, yeah, there is. From my understanding, there is no real guide to this. There's no like, someone has made the perfect guide to making 3D printable models, because this is a bit of a hot take, but the limited exposure I've had to like the real professional scene, um, like doing models for bigger companies or seeing the work from modelers who work for bigger companies, a lot of sculptors do not actually understand the best practices for building a model for 3D printing. I assume they unknowingly, their work is fixed by an engineer, and they are not aware of it. Someone like myself, who I work for myself, I'm indie. I don't have an engineer to fix up my models, so I have to make sure they're good to go. Blender having the manifold check is really good. I think the uh, option in here, the mesh integrity, helps with that. Yeah, a lot of sculptors are flying by the seat of their pants. It's, as someone who's consulted on on a bigger project, as I've looked at files made from sculptors who have worked on it for bigger companies. It I'm trying to be professional about it as well. I'm admittedly not doing a good job at it, but there is, there definitely needs to be a resource so sculptors can like not hand in such like problematic files. Like it sounds like a terrible like piece of advice, but it's like getting a 3D printer, probably printing a few files from like multiple creators. You're probably going to find some of the files work really well, some of them are just trash, and you're going to learn something from it. But like when you start printing up your own models, you're going to like that's how I learned, right? It's I would print my own stuff, and at the beginning I was just auto supporting things and then touching it up. But I was learning like how to sculpt for 3D printing, because I would literally print my work, and if there's an issue, then I fix it. But I think if you say sculpt for a company like WizKids, or I don't know, we can name some bigger companies. I don't want it to be throwing shade, but like if you're sculpting for these like larger companies and you hand them in a problematic file, most likely they're just going to hand it off to the engineer and go, "Hey, can you fix this?" And well, that's what they get. That's what they get paid a salary for. I'm assuming, at least, because that has to be a soul crushing job. Um, just having to clean up models. I mean, I'm literally keying one right now. Yeah, I should share my first two models. I never released them. Um, Nor do I ever plan to. One of them I wouldn't mind remastering because I they were part of my original, my my OG D&D setting that I hope to someday make a board game out of. There we go. So the two pictures from Facebook showing like starting my 3D printed journey, 3D printing journey. Um, these were printed at Shapeways using, I think it's that like nylon. Uh, I can't remember what it's called. That style of printing. It's that nylon dust, right? So you can see they're like super porous. Um, and You literally can see in with this boar demon, um, the horn wasn't thick enough. Somehow I managed to. These are rough looking, despite the fact that they're just completely smoothed out and all that. But yeah, you gotta start somewhere. I think I ended up painting them possibly. I swear they would just like drink paint, like because they're so porous. Let me see if I can load one up. I'm not allowed to. The file's so old it doesn't allow me to to load the tools from project. Oh, there's an arm. Oh god, that is. There we go. You have to start somewhere. I like how the mask is like going through. Clearly, this isn't the finished model because the head's floating. Weird. Yeah, I think if I were to redo this, there's probably something cool I could do with it. I am a little confused of what is going on with this file. Okay. Titanforge model with a crossbow through the foot. Oh, I guess that would be the kind of crossbow you load by like putting it on the ground. Otherwise, I might have more questions. I feel like it would be a running joke at the table of like every time you roll in that one, there's a bolt going through your foot. Or I guess it would be the crossbow. So I'm cleaning this up just because so I'm trying to key this, like separate the wings so it can be printed uh, separate from the rest of the model. But what I was noticing was these sharp edges, you can sometimes kind of get like a really clean seam. But the overlap was getting like a little too sharp where we're going to have this like this geometry that is impossibly thin, and it's just going to create like artifacts like this little thin piece here. Like I want to avoid these, but because the angle was so sharp, um because of the seam, I was kind of getting a lot of those. So I smoothed out the seam from the wing to the body, and the little like strokes of clay from the clay buildup brush, it kind of just goes with the theming of this creature. It kind of looks like I've scored clay and just kind of just pushed a bunch of clay onto the seam to reinforce it. This theme kind of feels like cheating. It's just artifacts, man. I'm still contemplating if this arm needs to be removed because I feel like everyone would prefer just no seam. How could you, Red? Okay, that's pretty bad. I don't want to throw shade, but I've seen artists in their portfolio have a mistake in like a wing, and it's like dead center of an image. This guy is still, I think he can still fit on a I usually try to go for an Elegoo Mars or Mars 2 Pro. I think he can still fit. We'll see. I can just do the wing for now. Test it. And go from there. I've also made my own custom keying brush, or like for the pegs for keys. But I have not uploaded it to this version of ZBrush. So I'm just going to keep making a key every time. How's it going, Nexu? Next? So I add most of the slack to the peg. That, you know what? Context matters when talking about these things. Um, that is a sentence. But yeah, I mostly add slack to the peg/peg hole. But for the actual like piece, I don't find that the expansion of resin, it like really depends how you cut it. Yet again, like the answer is it depends. Um, I try to make sure that things aren't like hooked or like being pinched, because that's when I think you're going to have the most like most issue, right? I've never had a piece like not fit because I didn't put enough slack in it. Um, yeah, like I'm trying to think like there's obviously pieces that like I would make the peg hole like way more shallow just so it can fit. The only model I'm thinking of that needs like slack to the actual um part is whenever I figure out what I'm doing with the um Moore's Ultima. But there've been plenty of models that I've had like the arm cut off and you get like it fits perfectly onto the shoulder, like the peck kind of slides in, and it can borderline look seamless. But yeah, for like uh, keys, like the peg hole, I give it about 10%. Um, Also leaves room for glue. Um, and if there's any printing distortion, like you, you definitely don't want that key to be like, or like the peg to be like perfectly the exact size it needs to be. So the difference between the two is 10%. Just because it's a rectangle, it doesn't scale quite right when you do like just 10% overall. Um, you reduce one of the sides by 5%, hence you get the 95. Yeah, that is something to like. Do I design my models expecting people to overexpose? That's kind of a little bit of a conundrum, right? And like, to be fair, most of my models are not going to look too great if you overexpose, because there is a lot of like minor details. Yeah, I don't assume people are underexposing their models to get that like super, I'll call it super crisp detail. Um because there's this like redlining your like 3D printing, and it's something I've tried to achieve with like ABS resin because there is a lower detail range. Um, I don't expect people to print their models like that. Uh, I test print everything pretty much the most basic of settings on like standard resin. Like it's just I don't want to leave any like, oh, I did this special thing to get my 3D prints to work. Like at most people have asked me like, oh, like how do you get some of these more delicate parts off? It's like you got to warm it up slightly in like warm water, but don't warm it up too much. Then like everything becomes like wet noodles. I'm always surprised when someone's like thinks it's cool to see this stuff. I know, like, I'm supposed to be working, or that sounds like I'm avoiding working on it, but I have a MCDM model that I could be working on, but I also want to give like MCDM Trenchworks fans a chance to be able to see the work in progress in case they're interested. But it's the holiday season, so don't expect too many people dropping by streams at this time of year. Um, I try to not break like my own rules on it, but there are times where I'm like the silly the how do I put it, like the art comes before the like design, I guess, or the engineering part of it. Um, let me see if I can load something recent up. I'm I, I was having I have no memory of this folder, and I'm like in my like most ancient of like Comet Lord files. Um, so let's load something up here. So yeah, like this gun, I don't think it's pushing it. You'll notice that this gun is way too big. Um, there's nothing realistic about the scale of this gun, but that's because it's a miniature. Um, probably if I didn't have the trigger finger in there, that would be a problem, or it would just be a useless like detail. There is something going on with this model here, but yeah, depending on what kind of printer you're using, um, blades that are this thin can be a little iffy. I'm not too sure on the exact scale. Like this whole thing is probably closer to 36, 35 millimeter. Um, so yeah, these blades are getting pretty thin. Usually not a great idea to point them down, but when these are being 3D printed, it's about 15 degrees, which it's still pointing down. Um, you just got to make sure it's well supported, but it doesn't like snap when you remove the support. Um, The weird thing with this model is that it is a trick weapon, similar to Bloodborne. So there are kind of multiple layouts for it. And then I also have a hammer weapon. And I tried to keep the poses relatively the same. Thank you. That does kind of remind me of like best practices for like making 3D printable files. Um, a go-to. One of my files didn't export. A go-to thing is when you're like done a model is to just Dynamesh it. I really don't think that is the way to go. Some models you can kind of get away with it. Dynamesh is a good tool, but it is not a great way to like deliver your file. You know what? This is a very heavy-handed example of what Dynamesh can do to your model, but some files I've seen aren't that far off. We'll just keep upping the resolution. Okay, so like we actually overlay it. Let's see, 512 resolution. It appears to be holding up. Honestly, like for like a 32, 35 millimeter model, I don't think anyone is going to necessarily notice that this has been Dynameshed when you're holding the 3D printed file or the 3D printed model. If anyone decides to scale it up, which is more common than oh no. That is a nightmare. That's also why you shouldn't do it. Like this kind of geometry is not Dynamesh is having a hard time figuring out where the edge is and where to bridge things to like reduce geometry. Well, actually, so the original file is 771 points, or 771 points, and the Dynamesh was 1.4 million points. So it's doubled it while horribly losing detail. I find just Boolean and uh, decimate, you're probably going to be fine. But like when you because you Dynamesh to get rid of holes or not get rid of holes, but like to get rid of intersecting geometry and to remove like pockets. Because this isn't a good model as an example, because if we hopefully there we go. Um, the model is one shell. It's one mesh. For example, if the helmet was like superimposed and then you Dynamesh it, it would become part of the same shell. That's what like Dynamesh is good for. But like the area that was struggling in Dynamesh is relatively clean when you've just used a Boolean and like union and decimating, because decimating just reduces the overall like poly count, just to be a little kinder to people's computers. I don't think I necessarily need to um, divide this model up. In comparison, it's kind of small. So I think I'll leave it as one piece. If issues come up, then we'll reduce it. Now I gotta figure out what I have for May. Yeah, so this model is supposed to be. I had an idea for like a warlock patron for D&D 5th edition, and I decided to try to sculpt it out. I don't know if anyone will find this useful. Yet again, I do offer like a limited selection of physical products. I imagine like going forward, a lot of my getting a lot of physical products for me is going to be um, conventions. Are going to be at conventions. I am unfortunately not a big enough creator that it makes sense for me to like have a huge line of physical models. I'm an idiot. I thought this was already Boolean together. Damn it, Fido. Oh, you missed it, and you were asking about it too. Uh, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? uh, does money count as cool? My family, um, how do I describe it? I think they were trying to figure out kind of like family games we could play, and it was just kind of like flipping cups, see what's underneath, see what prizes you get, and the I managed to get all the cups with money. Probably the most exciting part of my Christmas or the holidays. $7. I can make a second codex with that. No. How about everyone else? Anything cool this holiday? Technically, yesterday got to hang out with some friends. Gonna play D&D in the new year. Had a friend come down from Edmonton to visit. That was cool. That that sucks. Uh, any particular reason for the power outage? For 2 weeks. Wow. Which one? Um, which gizmo? I guess. Because I'm people usually identify that I have been using ZBrush for a while because I use the old school one. What 3D printer did you get? The mysterious transpose line circles that don't tell you what they do. Oh, so they ruin everyone's Christmas. That is a lot of BS. Oh, the Gizmo 3D. Yeah. There's a lot to it I don't know. I'm not too well versed with it, despite the hours spent, because I spent all my experience points learning how to use this thing, and I find it more versatile at times. Anycubic photon mono 4. Okay, yeah. Started with a photon myself, or I started with a Flash Forge like FDM printer. Don't recommend. Good, great for a beginner. Um, I'm the blood, sweat, and tears to get an FDM printer to work. I I don't wish it upon anyone. um, but I my first resin printer was a photon. I'm even more spoiled now because my resin printer auto like levels its plate. I'm because like that was the one thing that resin printing I always found to be an issue. I also have two vats that need the FEP film replaced sitting on my table over there, and I've been putting off doing that. So resin printing has its own challenges, but FDM is just ugh, so much work. So apparently, some of my first 3D printed models were 8 years ago. I, the reason I can recall that number right away is because Facebook told me. Um, uh, so that pro have I been doing? I think I've been through 3D modeling for a decade now, which probably probably not probably not a good sign. Um, But Common Miniatures, I've been doing this. I think this will be my 5th or 6th year. I'll be going on to my 6th year, I think. Yeah, because I started in 2019. My Patreon releases. But Common Miniatures existed approximately a year, year and a half, maybe 2 years before that. When I ran a Kickstarter and it failed. Eventually, I'll figure out what I'm trying to do. There we go. Do I make supports and prints yourself in your shop, or for what you sell or outsource? So primarily, I design miniatures for. So you can 3D print it on your 3D printer, kind of thing. I do test print at least one of each miniature I make. Thus, my gray shame is substantial. But yeah, typically it's stuff I do is just for Common Miniatures. I helped out with the Angelarium Kickstarter that Pete Morbacher recently ran. I'm also working on a miniature for MCDM. So I do a little bit of work outside of Common Miniatures, but it's not something I advertise or am necessarily looking to do work. Yeah, so this weapon is a little complicated in how it's made. I kind of want this Buster Blade kind of edge to it to change it up. Technically, in the original model, you never see the tip of the blade because I never built it. As my computer's just like, no, you cannot rotate this. Okay, ZBrush, you're drunk. So the original blade, you don't actually see the tip of the blade, you just know that it stabbed right through this guy. So I think we were kind of dealing with this subject earlier, funny enough. Oh, I can go back. Unfortunately, there is no like guide to like sculpting, or I don't know of a guide that teaches the best practices of like modeling for 3D printing. There probably is a guide out there, but a lot of sculptors are not watching that guide, and maybe something new needs to be made. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily recommend watching the VODs on here, but we did kind of go in depth earlier talking about it. But yeah, this is supposed to be like anyone who plays D&D 5th edition, like a warlock patron. My own kind of take on a hexblade. But I had this idea for a patron, like a subclass, and this was the entity that I imagined. But yeah, so Zeth, it's like someone wants to start making miniatures, figure sculpts. Where would I start today? That is a really good question, and I wish I had a more concrete answer. Because I feel like I'm copping out with not giving an answer, or like a solid answer. Oh, start with selling. Good luck. And I'm that seems. I'm not trying to be callous or rude. Um, it is a saturated market. Um, if you intend to sell models, unfortunately, the bigger names in this space have forced everyone onto MyMiniFactory. So you have to play ball with MyMiniFactory. Um, so setting up a shop there, stuff like that. Um, Gumroad's an option, but the problem is that Gumroad has terrible discoverability. I Voxel, I wasn't even gonna get into how bad MyMiniFactory is. It's just it's a deal with the devil. It's a necessary evil. But like Gumroad, you can collect emails. That is the thing as a creator. What you need to have to be successful is an email list. I don't think MyMiniFactory gives you an email list, but if you want people to find you on a platform where they just browse for files, that's MyMiniFactory. Everyone has their library on there. It sucks. And there are so many studios that will be underselling you as an indie. You just gotta sounds like lame advice, but you really gotta work on make stuff that you're excited to work on, and hopefully you can find a crowd of folks who enjoy your work on these platforms. Cults 3D I don't necessarily recommend. Has not had the best history. I'm not sure about the Frontier system. I haven't used it myself. Every time I've seen it, it sounds like a headache. Great. Yeah, cults is where you go for the legally questionable files. I can agree to that. Not that I necessarily support that. I really don't. I also have a problem with studios that um, take IP, but because I support the idea of fan art. That is something I need to figure out for myself personally. But yeah, um, so if you want to start selling, MyMiniFactory is the place to go. The market's there. That is the only reason. But I don't know if a Frontier is necessarily worth it. Potentially, I don't know. Kickstarter is also kind of a way you can kind of kick yourself off. Like, there's a pun there somewhere, but like, it's the market's so saturated at this point that it's going to be very difficult to like get yourself out there. Yeah, but like Kickstarter has very good discoverability. Um, like for example, I don't pay for the studio price on MyMiniFactory. Unfortunately, I'm feeling like I'm going to eventually be forced for that because like the only way you get like any mention on their front page is if you're paying $100 a month. Voxel, did you not um like if you go to the front page on MyMiniFactory right now, they have removed uh if I remember correctly, they've removed the uh like pro and upcoming designer section. They only have the studio designers, like creators. I don't think they announced it. They just kind of quietly like, and every time I've jumped onto MyMiniFactory since, there has not been uh anything but the studio creators featured. Sure, they'll feature the designs of smaller creators, but the original section for um, the creator themselves getting featured doesn't exist for pro or upcoming. Today I learned. So Zep, there's no. Uh, I'm not sure because um I don't know if anyone's going to necessarily pay that amount. So apparently, the average for a commissioned like sculpt for like a studio in the 3D printing space for like miniatures is like, I think it was like $300 for a miniature. Um, which I don't think that's a good average. So if you can get a miniature done in 6 hours, which depending on the miniature is technically viable, um, depending on how fast you work, it's there's a lot of factors to yes or no if that is reasonable. So when you go for Siege Studios, for example, you will pay that or more for painting. So why would it be different? Um, just the market. Uh, there's a lot of people that can work for lower than average pay, and yeah, it's like for example, me doing a commission, I charge way more. Um, but whoever, I'm not open for commissions. I'll get that out the door. Like, but like someone has to. I value my time based on like um years of experience, but like I run a Patreon. If I'm going to do work on someone else's project, I need it to be worthwhile. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to invest in my business. A lot of people can work for a lot cheaper, so it's because I believe you should be able to charge that much. I'm just not sure if anyone will actually hire you. Uh, because yeah, like some of the prices for um, commissioning a sculptor are, it's like robbery. But it's a classic like competition, underselling each other, people being able to live on lower, or like the US dollar goes farther in some people's countries, stuff like that. Like there's so many factors. Yeah, some of the biggest creators are based in Poland, I believe. Greece, yeah, Mexico. Uh, yeah, because like the U.S. dollar goes pretty far in like for like I'm a Canadian. The Canadian dollar is pretty shit right now, but um, the U.S. dollar is going to go way farther in a lot of the countries listed there. So paying someone bottom dollar to make a miniature sculpt for you, it's going to work for those people. Hell, this isn't even a sculptor only like thing. Uh, as someone who commissions art, like prices vary so much between like creators in different countries and different skill levels. It's just a commissioning art problem in general. Yeah, so like there's I'm no expert on this. I never was a great commission artist. Like I didn't build up a clientele or anything. Um, I worked on a couple like board game projects and miniature projects, but that's about it. The idea would be to, yeah, get the most like value for your time. I guess there's plenty of artists out there who will do a bunch of small jobs, but they have so many people signed up. It's the quantity versus quality sort of conundrum. Uh, yeah, I assume as a commission artist, regulars make the world go round, kind of thing. Turf has officially been stepped on. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Really unfortunate though. That is the most first world problem cries in sports car. It is a version of the sword. Not sure if this would be the same one that was stabbed through it. I think it's more of like a packed weapon, how it appears. Yeah, I'll probably include a spiritual weapon with this character. I don't see why I wouldn't. That Z remeshing was just getting progressively worse, and then it fixed itself. Thanks for hanging out, Fido. Have a good one. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Are we still allowed to use the excuse it's the holiday season? Oh, why aren't you sculpting? Holiday season, middle of June. Hydrate, what does that mean? I don't know if that sword's big enough. Playing D&D and you just... Oh, can you move your character over adjacent to mine so I can heal? Nope. Sword's in the way. Alright, I need something to eat, so I think I'm gonna call the stream here. We just hit 4 hours. Cool. Bit of a slower workday, just cutting up minis and working on this a little bit. But thank you all for hanging out with me. Yeah, I don't think there's really any Comic Lord announcements. Next month is Star Eater and Malice, the old mage of the Comet Lord. So it's a little bit of a Comet Lord month. But for subscriptions, the welcome pack will be updated. There'll be posts about that soon. For you, Voxel, I will refrain from doing that. Everyone have a great rest of your day. If I don't stream again tomorrow, have a happy new year. See ya.